right on the dot. Angle a bit different. Oh, hi there, gal. Hey, surprised you could make it. I thought you were going to bed. But yet here you are. But you kept me awake. Without context, I would interpret that differently. Why medicine cones? Nine. Ah, of course, we also have Mystic. Nice to see ya. And then we have CQ. The crow that wanted to put ruins on his bird. Who else? A lot of people from TikTok to hi, good morning. Yes, it's morning my time, Chad. It's 4:10 a.m. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. Started quite late. Woke up from a nice long nap. I wasn't able to stream earlier. More like yesterday for you guys. Because I had some things to attend to. Iba. Memo. Axiom. Of course. I see Vesper joining in the TikTok viewers. Firehawk. You also pronounced my name right this time. CQ. Well, we did make a little footnote about it, didn't we? Yes, Kaizu, yes I am. Very much so. Hello, Borb Master. Borb. You remind me of Action's vocabulary. No, even Mecha uses that. Borb. Better view. This is one of the best days in my life. What? Calling out your name. Speedy recovery for Cinnamon. Ah, yeah. She's still sick. She had to call off work for 3 days. Oh my goodness. Well, did I just. Why is everyone I follow streaming at once? Probably because this is prime time, or I don't know. I'm not going to stop you if you want to go watch somebody else. Because as I recently just finished a Lego set that took me 5 hours to build. Wow, 5 hours. Sounds fun. The last time I indulged in assembling Legos was, goodness me, so long ago. I'm not sure feathers are the best thing to dexterously handle little bricks of plastic. Hello, K. Ryan. Vesper says, yeah, I got lucky. There's this program, so for every 30 hours of work, I get an hour of sick leave. I had 11 hours, so maybe that means I still get some pay. Incredible. I've never heard of this system before. A while, Kaiser. What's the time over there? It's 4:13 a.m. Man. Should I change the lights? I can't. It's really like this. See? There. A bit further here. Yep. No, that's just the wall. Back on the patio. Well, you know me. Sometimes you're down on the streets. Sometimes I just want to be up here elevated, you know. So early, my goodness. I'm actually right on time. Not too late, not too early either. So yeah. I can't get the angles correct. I think this is better. Thank you, me. Uh, what's this? I returned for background noise. This rainy balcony is such a nice scene. Why do you think I frequent this place despite the rather damp conditions? Nagebus is never late, nor is he ever early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Should I grow like their long beard too, Ezekiel? Ah, why, bro? Supporting with the prime. Why, thank you, buddy. That goes a long way. That buys me like some basic lunch. Rain is the best weather. I don't know what you're talking about. I kind of agree. Hold on, let me just prep something up. I actually forgot to put my stuff on. There we go. Oopsie daisy. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just fixing some trackers. He always tells us why beforehand. Why I'm late. Where's that last bit? Huh. Seems like it fit. Misplaced itself. There. Much better. Sorry. What's this? This background music has me in the mood for a game of poker. I'm not stopping you. You have to think, what's his name again? I think Cool Guy. Or Cool Dude. He's the one who sent me this playlist. It's like a refined version of what I listen to. I need to expand the chat window. This is most definitely. Here. I'll do everybody a favor. That helps enormously, actually. Make that wider. Hold on, chat. I'm just reorganizing my OBS. There. Anyway, let's scroll up. So Codes gave some prime. Vesper says, speak of rain, at some point when I'm better, maybe I should show Matthew the treehouse. Mystic and Meg have been there after all. Smart. Nostalgic place. Hello, Hayden. Not much. Have you gotten the refund for the double charge yet? I finally got it today, chat. Oh. So that's a big relief off my chest. Okay, Kiba. Thanks.
Hello, Geb Gebba Wave Gebba Link Carrot.
Thank you, Daymates. What's this? Kiba continues. I'm happy to have you in the background while I work. And who said this? I've been having Geb in the background recently. My productivity is so much better, says Kyria. Anyway, now that that's settled, finally. I had to expand the chat window. It was way too small. I would easily skip over the messages because of how frequent they would be coming. Really big sigh of relief. I know, imagine. I was troubling myself over it for around a week. I was worried it would reach like a month or so, given the slow processing of the system they have. But again, I'm glad that's sorted out. $700 is no joke, Chad. Still have 1 more hour of work, says Vincent Hayes. Well, 59 more minutes before you can consider yourself free. Okay, Ashton. Good day to you, Gus. 55. Actually. Why, hello, says Driver. You actually caught me cooking my lunch. I felt so fancy I did some ratatouille and stroganoff. Ah, alright, sounds nice indeed. Well, congratulations on your 563 euro expenditure. I hope it was worth it. Speaking of sleeping in, I know a certain Vesper has been getting her rest. She's got a bit of the flu. Yeah, go ahead, Knight. What's your question? Tech gamer usually stream for 2 hours and a half. So there's 2 hours and 15 remaining. Speaking of awake, one of the problems of having really long hair is well, if you have a high back chair, when you like lean back, your hair gets like snagged by your own back, and you're like, ah. Hi, Grace. Where are you today? It seems like the sky's falling heavily. Oh, you mean the patio? Yeah, it's. I've been here before. I'm never getting rid of my long hair, Hayden. Out with my friends, my age, all growing bald and fat. Uh, the cons of being a quote unquote family man. They don't have the time, the budget, or the motivation to go pursue basic things like exercise and essentially living an independent life. Nah, day in and day out, they have to go tend to their kids, their families, and all they do in my group chat is complain about how terrible it is being in a married life, but at the same time being in the presence of God's greatest blessing. Yeah, buddy, tell that to your balding hairline. Speaking of sleeping in, how do you get up so early to stream? Like, how do you have the energy to stream at 4 a.m.? I don't know. I just wake up whenever I wake up and sleep when I'm sleepy. That's my sleep schedule. Hello, Exodus. Holly says I have a few days until university exams. I can't wait for the term to end. Congratulations. Driver is surprised that I have long hair. Last stream, Driver asked if you had long hair face, but you ignored. I think it's less of ignored the question, more of I didn't see the question. But yeah, I've had long hair for like, I don't know, 10 years now. I'm curious, asked Grace. Do you have any story of your character, like an OC? Lore. Well, when you're born strange towards the eyes of others, most of the time you're shunned, right? You're different. You're a cube in a society of spheres. But lucky that my curiosity has paved a way for me to break through those like borders. In short, how do I describe this? I always make my background story sound so complicated. I'm a strange thing employed by a strange foundation to investigate even more strange things because I'm a strange thing. There. And I'm also chronically underpaid. That's my story. Ah, yes, my favorite Khajiit. Wow, I didn't know I was a Khajiit. Hello, Bruce. Vesper says I used to have long hair as a kid. Cut most of it off in middle school since things fell out of my control during the pandemic. I chopped it all off since I don't have any control. Wow, that redundancy in your sentence, Vesper. Back then. Glad I started growing it out again, though. I look like a 12-year-old boy. Hi there, Leko. Ashton says they're strange. I'm good, T. God said I had long hair for a year and a half. But at the time I was going to school where people already kind of disliked me and I was made fun of for it. So I cut it. You see that? When I was younger, I had my fair share of bullies. In grade school, I had the usual troop of boys just call me things and make fun of me uh, in classes. And it doesn't help that they're also my neighbors. Yeah, they were a couple of years older than I am. I believe I was in 5th or 6th grade, and then they were in high school. I was trying to spend my time on the local playground, the swing, or go down the slide, even on my lonesome. They would goad me to do another one, slide down the slide, only to be down a slide that's wet with all of their spit. They would laugh, they would leer, until one day I couldn't take it anymore, Jack. I went up to the head bully's house, which is luckily just a 8-minute or 10-minute walk away from my place. I called him out. His mother wasn't home, or she was busy rather. Let's call this person Mark. I said, Mark, hi, I'm here. How about we come out and play? As Mark came out, all smug and everything, I believe he was the captain of a varsity team in school. I said, Mark, come here. And then he was like, all tall and mighty, yeah, what do you want, punk? Little did he know, from behind my back was a fist clenching a rock that was rather hard, which also made contact with his temple half a second later. Mark here, bang. As he was knocked down on the floor, the man was physically stronger and larger than I am. You know what I did? I went down and I bit his belly. Yeah, that's all I had in mind. It was a primal fury, a rage, anger that had no real form to it. I was just red. So I bit his belly. I bit his belly so hard. A chunk of it came off. All I remember was his face was full of sand, he was bleeding, and then the mother was crying because they were trying to pry me off from the guy. Well, let's just say the following day and the succeeding years in school, I was dubbed the rabies. They called me a wild dog, and they never bullied me again, except for this one guy in fourth year high school. He was in the swim team. He was tall, he was like 6 foot. I was what, very short back then. As I was going up to my school bus to head home, I remember him calling me names. And I said, enough is enough. As you know how you go inside the back of a school bus, not a bus per se, like a van that's like rear entry. So, as he was ducking to enter like that, you know what I did? With a stiff finger, I immediately jabbed him in the eye so hard and wriggled it around. Let's just say he doesn't have peripheral vision anymore the rest of his days. Of course, I got sent to the guidance counselor. But what could they do to a minor, right? But give a slap on the wrist. So I literally took out a chunk of one of my bullies and I blinded the other. So yeah, that's my story, Chad. I don't just sit down and let people kick me the way they please. But yeah, I had anger issues, Chad, when I was younger. Probably because it all boiled up from bullying. I never bullied other people in turn, though. It's just that I had very, very little patience for nonsense. Anywho, wow, I missed a whole bunch of messages. Let's go scroll up. It seems most of my chat is surprised about the actions I've taken when I was younger. Yeah, I'm a take matters into their own hands sort of guy. Can't solve a problem. Solve it by yourself. This is quite the first stream to tune into. Hey, I'm just letting you to get to know me, Chad. I know you probably get this question a lot, Ask Bacon. But how did you find the fandom, or how did it find you about being a furry? Um, I do believe it all started when I watched Digimon back in like TV. I found Renamon, Gilmon, Flame Dramon like super cute. It's like wow, these characters are very appealing. I love the colors. Bit of a moody day, isn't it? I need to scroll up. I missed so much messages, damn. I kind of droned in on that story, haven't I? Alright, there we go. Gazer says, I hope you're okay. Vesper says, bullying is just people trying to make other people miserable to make themselves feel better about their pathetic lives. True. Hello, T. Billy. This is wild as Borg. Oh, what the heck's going on? Oh, me enacting justice. Fire, huh? Alright. Papa going down. I'm a weirdo, says Hayden. Spoons. Holy, whoa, yikes, whoa, violence, damn. Holy. Hmm. What did your parents say? Oh, they were proud of me. Well, my mom and my brothers were all proud of me. Don't mess with Geb. Geb was applied the FAFO rule. What's FAFO? I want to be like that. All you gotta do is act. What's this? Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What Geb does have are a very particular set of skills. Skills that make him a nightmare for people. Look, unfortunately, I wasn't trained in any forms of martial arts or self defense. So I simply fought the only way I knew. Hitting out there with fists when you were kids didn't do any real damage. But remember, you have a set of teeth. Vesper smacked Taper with a sandal. Oh my goodness. Look, I, I could go on. I could, I could tell you about. Um, I'll probably not discuss it on stream. Maybe if we're face to face, I'll tell you more about how I doled out justice to my would-be bullies. You see, Chad, when I was younger, I was quite the funny guy. I always took it upon myself to be the clown of the class. Nothing would make me happier than seeing my friends laugh and cheer due to my antics. Oh, look, Geb. He's funny. He's the autistic guy. And then I would find that hilarious too. I would clown around and do silly things. Every day I look forward to high school because of an opportunity to make people laugh. Yeah, until you realize at a certain age, these people aren't worth your time. I like making people laugh too, says Ashton. Right. I mean, until now, it still carries over. Mystic knows this. Vespers knows this. Oh, that's Fafo. Okay. All too well, says Mystic. It's simple, chat. Just put Mystic in the room and Vesper, and then bring on the topic about like KFC, some good old fried chicken. Things progress from there. Travis says, but being honest, I probably would have hated your younger you. Yeah, I was dumb, I was impulsive. Ah, you see, chat, there was a point in my life where, when I was younger, anger and rage started to feel good. It, the joy of, yeah, but look, that's under control now, don't worry. What am I even talking about? God, let's switch topics. Nowadays, chat, I try to be a as uninvolved with people as much as I could. I think interacting with like cliques, groups, and whatnot, unstable drama circles is just not worth the time or trouble. I'd rather live quietly in the mountains. Ask Gebo about KFC and he'll write you a book about it. uh, Ashton says, I probably would have liked the younger you. You stood up for yourself in situations where I couldn't. Ah, yeah. My brother, like, of like 10 or 15 years old, is like, yeah, great. I'm glad you kicked their ass. Yeah. Matthew says, I always got anger and still have those feelings saved. That's why I have anger issues. Look, I've reached an epiphany when it came to anger, really. It's like, for a feeling I relished and used for strength before, I just one day woke up and said, you know what? Being all that angry just isn't worth it. It's not worth the energy, not worth the time, not worth the trouble. It just brings more mess, more bad than any good it could do. And I said, yeah, you're right, Gab, you're right. So now instead of being angry over every little thing, I just don't give a shit. That's why some people call me cold or a bit abrasive. Because I'm very forward with my principles. Goose says, I understand. Yeah, the way people has made me borderline agoraphobic. Agora? What's agora? When you say agora, I think of like the Angora rabbits. Do educate me on what this fear is. His success, as much as I fancy a good knockout story, any chance there's gonna be a funny, light-hearted topic anytime soon? Is it the atmosphere? It's probably the atmosphere. Look, it's like raining and it's red. I'm all alone in a crummy balcony. Mm. Light-hearted topic. Chat, did you know? Did you know that KFC, because we're on the topic, released this new flavor here. It's called salted caramel chicken. Salted caramel chicken and then salted caramel zingers. I'm like, salted caramel? Isn't that the fudge they put on their sundaes? And I'm like, how bad can it be? So I ordered the other night. Okay, it arrived. I saw it. 2 pieces of chicken and rice. It was overflowing with said sauce. Sauce that smelled exactly like what you put on like soft serve ice cream. Like it it smells like dessert. Like, okay. Normally I enjoy chicken. I enjoy salted caramel sundaes. But combined, it's like KFC was trying to hit two notes at once. Notes of hitting the main core satisfaction. And then the second one is the dessert, but all in one meal. It, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. I I what is the term in English? Nakakaumay. You know when you eat a meal and then you feel fed up with it really quick. Like, yeah, I can't eat that anymore. It's not because you're full, it's because you're fed up of the food. Like, it's delicious at first, but then you eat more, it starts to be ugh. So yeah, that happened. Lo and behold, my love for chicken has pushed me to consume everything in one go, including the zinger an hour later. I Let's just say my tummy is in protest to whatever concoction they had. Don't chat. Salted caramel chicken, 3 out of 10. Man, I've never really rated chicken that low in my life. It was delicious at first, but no, no. They need to stick to the barbecue sauces, the Korean spicy sauces. You get sick of it, literally. Yeah, I hate it. Ivan says yesterday I tried KFC Texas's Twister. It was okay. Twister? You mean like the little soft bread roll thing? Agoraphobia is the fear of large places. Thank you. Vesper makes a point about not messing with her loved ones. Thank you, darling. Yeah, Misting. It's I am not. I am totally not going to promote salt and caramel chicken. Not the best. Go ahead, Ashton. Chat, look, if you wanna draw me, nobody's stopping you. Go ahead. Sounds nice, doesn't look nice. Look, Cosmo, Google it. Salted caramel chicken KFC. Just look at what I mean. And I swear they poured like a whole glass of sauce on my chicken. I'm like, ooh. Oh, don't worry, Goo. I don't hate everyone. I'm just picky with my company, that's all. Oh, you're a snowflake? Nah, I'll pass. Hayden says I get that when I have the butterbeer at Universal Studios, but I still love it anyway. Ugh, butterbeer. Funny enough, I have heard of this butterbeer and I haven't actually tried it yet. I guess the closest analog is something like a root beer float, perchance. You know, root beer, sugary drink, carbonated, and then you put like vanilla ice cream on it. Sugary concoction, double the diabetes. Exodus with the coins, thank you so much. I can't remember the last stream without food or cooking talk segment, says Reem. Well, welcome to my streams. Hi, Bum Bum. The caramel should be cooked evenly with the chicken, not the full bucket. It just didn't. Sergeant Anderson, you see, here's the thing. These are two flavors I love: salted caramel and then chicken. At first, I was delighted. And like on the fourth bite, like, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. It's a good thing that I ordered another like bowl of chicken that was not flavored. Yeah. I love the sweet and sour at the same time. I think honey mustard chicken falls under this category. It's actually pretty good. That is okay. Honey mustard is normal. I get that all the time in the eat all you can wings joints. It's not hate, says Vesper. It's a general lack of being in company other than your chosen one. Mhm. Floats are awesome. I know, Chad. I'm on a bit of a diet. I've told you this, Chad. Uh, moderation in sugar. I don't want to be like my friends my age who have like diabetes and gout. And like, no, not for me. Your model choose just like my cat does IRL. Okay,
Shoot,
Firehawk.
our friend Niversary is coming up. Let's go.
My goodness, Missy. Just one more month, what do you know? So close. I'm so happy to have Mystic as my friend. she's like she's such a bubble of realistic air. It's like lighthearted and real at the same time. Probably because she's like within my age group. I'm not gonna tell you how old we are, but you can guess, Chan. I know you. I bet you've never heard of that description towards a friend before. You are such a breath of realistic air. Like there's fresh air, there's joyful air, and then there's realistic air. Like, ha, and energy too. You see, Mystic has this propensity to never let go of being cute. It's like she embodies the Sanrio spirit. You know, like Hello Kitty. I don't know. I always call her Princesita ever since I saw her in El Alba Cafe. We love realistic air, says CQ. Don't get fat. Don't ruin your 6'1" long haired Chad image I have of you. I'm not Reem, don't worry. I am highly flattered, Sergeant Anderson. That's all I can say. I've never heard that before. Oh, we have some bad life advice being redeemed by none other than a memo. Let's read it. The other day, we prepared a surprise hangout for a friend, and he didn't like it at all because the day he was tired. How would you react in a situation like that? Whenever you are out to surprise someone, you must come to terms that a surprise equates to being a gamble. So if that turns out bad, well, that's on you, not on the person. Perfectly valid excuse, really. They were tired, maybe after their activity, their work, their school, whatever. They just wanted to go decompress at home and like, and then all of a sudden you have a bunch of friendly fools knocking on your door. We're gonna hang out today. No, no, I get equally as irritable whenever it's nap time and then there's somebody at my door. But that is the good life advice now. Anyway, to the bad life advice part. It's simple. Have you ever seen the videos of friends in YouTube just happily throw like whipped cream using disposable plates on their faces? That is what that situation is for. So all you do is your tired friend saying, oh, okay. You in the back, prepare your plate, and you promptly make contact with your friend's face using said fabricated apparatus of whipped cream. I'm sure they will be rebounding with energy enough to react. Chase you around in a most friendly, wholesome manner. Mhm. Mystic says optimistic, realistic, and keep it simplistic. Precisely. Bambalone. This character design would be awesome for E6. I'm flattered, but I'm actually rather bland if you look at me. Most people I see on E6 are, well, they're either of the slim variety or they are on the opposite spectrum. Lots of meat. Anubis, thank you. Hi there, Ryu. Reinforcing the friendships as memo, precisely. What if my beak impales said plate? That is unfortunate because that would also entail that you impale your friend's palm. And the fault would completely be on your friend. You never go smack a crow or bird friend with whipped cream on a paper plate. It would be easier to drive a nail through your hand. Put that on a t-shirt. Playing Minecraft with friends. I hope you've installed some horror mods. It's what spices up the gameplay. Here we are, just somewhere in the cage. Like, nope, I'm going back out. Did you know, chat? I'm actually scared of playing Minecraft alone. Even vanilla Minecraft. I don't know why. You're such a grown man, Gebas. Why are you afraid of playing? It's scary, okay? Look, my mind, it fabricates horrors. Let me tell you that. When I was younger, I played a lot of horror games with my brother. PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. What was most notable would be Silent Hill. Oh my god, the original game, yeah. Me and my bro were playing in a little TV just this big size. It was late at night. By late, it's like 9:30. Ooh, rainy evening. I remember there being a scene where you were in the school. It was dark. All you had like was your lighter for a light, I believe. And then you would see these little kids giggling. They were pure black with no faces. And then they would like lurch towards you and like stab you with whatever. I was young. I couldn't comprehend what was going on. All I knew it was scary. And so did my 20-something-year-old brother. You're in the middle of us being attacked by said monstrosities. We were scrambling for the remote. It's like, and so the weather in New York is at a balmy 18 degrees Celsius. We immediately swapped it from game to like the weather channel or whatever. Just because we were so scared. So yeah. Hello, Artner. What's this? Solving the Hero Brian case. Oh, that's been such a long running question. Vanilla Minecraft alone is Nightmare Fuel, says Yellow Crow. Oh, yeah. You battle your own mind. Rio says I play with my friends because I can't make myself go down the caves in single player. Desper says stress-induced hallucinations are bad, it says. Normally not terrible until you think there's someone staring at you from the closet. Right, precisely. Not so funny, yeah, precisely. Stress-induced hallucinations, huh? You just hear and see things. See, that's the dilemma, Chan. Even if you have a logical mind and you write it down on paper, there's no reason to be scared of something. You I have yet to find a way to control the chemical electrical impulses in my head when it comes to fear. I'm a chronic overthinker. I always get worried about how I sound when I talk to people, if they take delays in replying. So you can only imagine what happens when I'm left in the dark, all on my lonesome. I tell myself, listen, these are just phantasms conjured by your own mind. There's no reason to be scared. It's not in the programming of this game to have a monster just lunge at you at this time. But deep down inside, you're still scared. There's fear. The uncertainty speaks louder than any form of logic you use to calm yourself. I guess this is what they say. Battling your own mind and winning is truly a exceptional feat. Losing my circulation to my sibling. Or they grab your arm or you very tightly. I can imagine this thing. Not everything bumping in the night is scary. Oh, I know. But have you ever experienced the horror of going down to your kitchen? 2, 3 a.m. your time, and then you hear the fluttering of wings, the slightest tickle on your neck, on the back of your head, your arms, and then you realize it's too late. You have a glass full of water. You're halfway through consuming it. You can't just run. No, you realize there's a flying cockroach in your midst, and you don't know where it is. You just can smell it. You know its presence is there. And what do? You just abandon your glass. Do you risk running and it shattering by slipping from your grip? Do you risk tripping up the stairs as you scramble back to your room and hope it doesn't crawl beneath the crevice of your door? Ah, true fear, Chad. Goodness. Funny enough, Hayden, I actually don't dream of any of the monsters I watch. All the ones I see in my head are my own unique fabrications. I scared my twin, says Vesper, by doing a Pennywise voice when she was taking the trash out, immediately after watching it. Hello, Georgie. Okay. I didn't have a phone at the time, she says, but the way he screamed, I wish I could have recorded it. Well, I can imagine that person doesn't have any balls. That's why. Gab, the Discord link is expired. That quickly? I could have sworn it would last a week. I have to update it again. Why, if it isn't Axiom but here on TikTok, how are you enjoying watching me on a phone? Oh, but what is that? Your power levels? You better charge your phone. Oh, I can see. Charge it. Charge it. Don't let it reach 20%. Aiden says, bro, it's the middle of the day where I am. You're gonna make me have a nightmare. Sorry. My apologies. Ivan says, I would leave the glass downstairs because I have a bathroom next to my room. Lucky. I remember out of desperation, one time I drank out of the sink instead of going down. I think I watched horror that night. I was young. Sleepy Electro says, something about your accent and voice is so soothing. I don't know what it is. Well, you tell me. I wonder what it is too. I've been getting a lot of compliments about it. Frankly, I'm flattered. Truly, I am. Mystic says, my folks banned me from going in the kitchen because of that. I don't turn on the lights, I don't wake them up. Unfortunately, they bump into me and receive a nod to their head. I can imagine. Gebus, if you were red instead of blue, I have a friend who actually has the only other friend who has my texture, and that's Axiom Atom. He's in chat right now. He made a what they call nega or anti-gib, and it was the complete opposite of my colors, except it's still black. So it's like black and red, and it was something, that's for sure. Go charge, Evocator. Thank you, Vesper. Please post the Discord links to the people that are asking. Ashen says it's the middle of the night where I am. Oh, well, what better activity to do in the middle of the night while you're on your lonesome than to go master some skills like language or something to read like manga, webcomic? Mm-hmm. What's this? Me, can I have the Discord link, please? Ashton, you probably have to go join. Go to Twitch. Go to Twitch. That's where the link is. Ask it from Vesper. The Mystic getting a bomb. Bonk. Yeah, that's true. I have your old texture. I need the new ones. New ones? That's still the same texture I'm using. Hi there, Ryo. Yes. Vesper says I cannot post links on TikTok. So you do have to go to the other place. It's not so bad up here. It's just a pain in the butt to go down all the way because the elevator is busted. Imagine going up like 8 floors, but you have to use the crummy stairwell. Thanks, building. Thanks a lot. Reem says Gibbs got to do a commercial someday. But what would be the product being advertised? You know what? That's actually a good question. It's kind of funny how I actually hope and wish there's a funny product that I can go endorse. Like, hey, I get this sponsorship. What are you now? No, not Raid Shadow Legends, not you. Mm-mm. Like, for example, hey, do you perchance have a problem of putting things in your mouth and then inhaling and it's like carcinogenic? Well, look no further. We have a pack of gum just here to satisfy your cravings. And then, like, I showed them the actual model of the gum in game and everything. Toothpaste. Most definitely toothpaste. You know me well. Like, want to have pearly whites as white as I am? Be the whitest you can be. Wait, that sounds wrong. Have the whitest teeth that your teeth can be. Get your charcoal activated. Triple spearmint blueberry flavored, totally not kids toothpaste. Teeth inspection time. What? I'm proud of my teeth, Chad. They're very nice. I gotta go to the gym. Any song suggestions? Let's get physical. I'm overthinking too much, as Stella. I have to say hi. Welcome to the stream. The Santos, we got the feeling I was never the same after that one case that changed my life. How close that is to home, actually. Ah, yes, walking to funny doors, coming out in a funny way. I'm just walking, says Mystic. Not my fault I don't make noise when I walk. You see, Mystic has naturally padded feet. That's why she doesn't make any sounds while shuffling about in the kitchen at the dead of midnight. Where's my cheese? Funny enough, Buggy, I actually had some mozzarella on a sandwich earlier. Ah, a bit of basil, crushed pepper, powdered actually. Buttered bread. Delicious. Ashton, welcome to the Twitch. Vesper, can you be as so kind to provide the link yet again? Vesper says, I don't think I ever thought I was scared of being hunted by any sort of internet stalker or creepypasta, aside from when middle school friends took advantage of my anxiety and convinced me that the FNAF for animatronics would get me since they had a big house. I brought up flashlights at the closet and several other points in the room. Your friends, yes. Hello, Sergeant Anderson. Best for work, huh? Maybe I'll listen to some funk sometime, action. Driver says, Geb, It's been 3 weeks since I met you, and I have been still unable to decipher what makes you special or unique out of all these streamers. I've searched uncountable streamers that seem to have a similar vibe of you chill, no hunt, soothing voice, you name it. But none of them get even close to how you do it. It's What? It's puzzling. It becomes enticing. Oh, that's a good question. I tend to not want to compare myself to other streamers, in all honesty, because that's a bad practice in the industry. You can mention what other streamers do, but never really directly compare yourself to others. Like, ooh, I'm better than the others, or like, oh, like, my strategy is what works. You let people do their own thing, and if you care enough about them and you actually have the metrics to back it up, you can offer to help them. Like, hey, you know what? Maybe if you improve your camera angles a bit, we can make your streams look more dynamic. And only if they ask you for advice. I had a popular streamer, go share his unsolicited opinion over at my Twitter because I was talking about full body tracking despite me sitting, and I was talking about my arm trackers in particular. And the other one was about, oh, why are your streams so sad? Such a downer, your clips. Like, wanna focus on your own content instead of like telling me how to do mine. I'm not gonna name them. But if they annoy me even further, I don't care if you have like close to 3 digits, no, 6 digits followers. I'm gonna tell your name. But yeah, anywho, Cream says F to all people who have ad block and didn't see the teeth segment. And ask me if it's okay to take my. Oh, was it yours? Orke says, I'm back from my honorable duties as a good acquaintance, friend of a friend stream. Ah, yes, you keep them company. Sometimes these friends of yours, especially when they're just starting streams, you being there matters a lot in chat. Even if it's just talking a little bit with them, trust me, it matters so much. It matters so much to streamers to have their friends there. Even if it's just 5 minutes. Shows that you care. Reem says, as a follow up to Driver's question, for me, it's the personality. You clearly know how to set up scenery and work up the camera. I can tell right away you've been streaming for months at least learning. Yeah, actually, I've recently hit my 1 year. The snarl is real on him, says Mystic. You working a good nerve if you got him doing that. Oh, especially when I'm around a certain mechatronic duda and a princessita. It's like, I'll just keep quiet in my corner. Go on. Converse. Mm. 1 year, Gib. Time to celebrate. Exclamation point tip action. I'm just joking. Do you know Spanish? No, I actually don't. I'm the cheese queen. I own all the cheese. I hope it's not all the kind of cheese. There's. Okay, TikTok. Yep. I got you, buddy. There you go. Sorry about that. Anubis says you and Mech are always funny when you're around each other. He's such a good guy. He's such a good guy. Whoa, my alt tab's not working. There we go. Gab just looks a bit derpy when he smiles from here. How can you be scared of me, chat? You'll pry the answers out of me. There's nothing to pry, Miss Thing. Not when it's right out there in the open. Oh no, there goes your progress glitch. How do you make your voice so smooth? It reminds you of sleepy audiobook narrators who read the books to help people sleep. I, I try my best to speak slow and smart, if that makes sense. When I'm around friends, my vocabulary tends to be more unrefined. Whenever I stream, I take it upon myself to be like, Geb, you gotta practice your English. When you turn 18, Ashton, sure you can join. Could keep going on pointing out what we love on Geb until we die. So yeah, that's a very flattering compliment. Thank you, driver. Ethereus. Hi there. Yes. I'm doing good, I know. Your smile is cute, says Shadow Lover. Thanks. Emma. Unfortunately, Vesper isn't here with us today. She's got colds, that's for sure. Flu, I hope not, but she's on her third day of being sick. She even had to miss work because of it. Unfortunate, but I am not one to force her to do things in which would aggravate her health. Yeah, Evo. What kind of question is that? Thank you, Santino. I will now only say mediocre things about you so nobody calls me as. Reem, I actually prefer that you be frank and truthful. Same goes to everybody in chat. Come on. Vesper says that she's starting to recover though, not coughing as much today. Good. Alright, I'm off to Muay Thai. Wrapped up work for the day. You have a good one. Go kick some butt, Kay. Good luck. Yes, Gibbs' age. Oh no, Mystic revealing my age. In a week, I'm gonna be closer to 4,000 than 3,000. Oh boy. Oh, actually, I think I am already, huh? I'm losing count. Am I starting to feel old? Nah. Jeez, Geb, the original boomer. Yeah, funny. When Vesper revealed Axiom's age. How old is Axiom again? He is like definitely more than 1 years old. Hello again. That's for sure. Action. Immediately springing into action. So we don't reveal his age. Don't worry. Your age is safe with me. What is some bad life advice we should follow? Well, that depends, Sergeant Anderson. Hmm. Yes. When you run out of tissue paper in the bathroom, Sarge, it's simple. You always have your last resort. And no, I'm not talking about the coins in your pocket or the old disintegrating bus tickets that's lying in your back one. We're talking about the cardboard spool you used to hold the tissue paper. Just be creative with it. Bad life advice. What Vesper said. I want to know, says Matthew. What to know what, Matt? There were several topics of discussion within the past minute. What's your opinion on Bowser from Mario? I liked it better when Bowser put on that funny crown and he changed into a she. Mystic says you'll need some cocoa butter after doing. What do you mean you're gonna need cocoa butter? Oh, are you talking about like shea butter? I know, I know. Yep, yep. Or something hyper moisturizing, that's for sure. Mm. Axiom's age. Oh, you have to ask Axiom, not me. I'm in no possession to disclose information about him. Oh my. You'll most definitely not find it in his groups. Though there are quite a few interesting tidbits out there, mostly involving let's just call it aerodynamics and study on gaseous substances and their flow. He is the head of a pharmaceutical company, so it's understandable. Trevor says Gebo's old. For one, it's never too late. Yesterday, I saw a 58-year-old furry in VRChat giving real life advice, unlike others, on how to build up your credit score, get a job, and such. Yeah. The oldest I've run into was a guy who was like 60 or 66 years old. He was pretty cool. He was in a valley. He was live streaming during Virality. I remember even adding him as a friend. Hmm. Having fun reading the stories, by the way, Gab. How are they coming up? They shall continue this week or whenever I receive my new controllers. I don't want to risk having to be an hour and a half deep into reading something. And then all of a sudden, like, whoosh, whoosh, because of faulty controllers, it immersion breaks. I'm waiting for my base stations to arrive so I can use my indexes. Vesper says, he's on the younger side of our friend group, Axiom. That's all I'll say. I think you're the youngest, Vince. Yeah, let's say call it the youngest. You're the freshest of us all. Can I get the video of your cat? That is a surprisingly wholesome request. I maybe one day. If you go to my Discord, I actually have a bunch of videos of Yami, my cat, who is right next to me right here. Sergeant says, I've never noticed the icy breath. It's an amazing effect. Adds a little bit of immersion, doesn't it? That's a good thing all my groups are hidden. I'll just send you a screenshot, Matthew. Might be a bit outdated, but it's pretty much the same thing. All the important bits are there. So where was it? I just feel bad you're on the street. Ah, did you perchance watch the video about me being homeless for a year? Yeah, well. Important thing is I'm back on my feet. But thank you for the concern, really. It was tough time. Never got depressed though. Thank goodness. Not the type. I got guesses that got me arch my eyebrows in a concerning way. Yes. Here's the funny thing, Chad. The only time in my life I absolutely fell into despair, and it lasted a good 1 hour, was when I got scammed like $2,000 because I was trying to pre-order a moped, the first moped in my life, and well, I got screwed over by somebody. And yeah, I remember being on the floor, just gazing up, and like, oh god, here goes my savings. Like, what do I do? And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna earn the money back. Maybe the guy needs it for medicine or whatever. I hope he gets more use of it out of me. But like get depressed, like fall into like a dark pit of like unproductive despair where you can't shower, you can't eat, or just that never happened to me. Thank goodness. When I was homeless, I gosh, now that I'm thinking about it, I was actually awfully optimistic about everything. I was kinder to the locals. I was nicer because I had no choice. I had to intermingle with the people that were in tough situations as I am. Before, I made friends with the local bottle collector, him in his cart. I made friends with the guy selling very cheap food on the little containers he has over his shoulders. You will be surprised how these people go unnoticed in our day to day lives that are so busy. But they themselves are going through so much challenges as well. And how 99 out of 100 out of them have hearts of gold shinier than any other thing. Such big hearts. What makes you so chill now? What do you mean? You have to describe it first, Anderson. Thanks, Tutu. Man, there's two things I can do. I could hang out in VR chat, but unfortunately, Vesper's gonna be missing out because she's sick. Hmm. Axiom 2 is having comfort issues with his headset, so he's probably dead. Mystic is very busy with her mystical things. Atu is probably socializing with the wonderful people of VR chat. I may actually. I'm gonna edit some clips first. I haven't posted in a week. And then I'll probably be playing some video games. Gab, what video games do you play? Well, again, recently I've been playing a whole lot of Baldur's Gate with Vesper. And me, Axiom, and Vesper also play Earth Defense Force 6 on the side. If you know it, big W for you. Good night, Shadow Wall. Novax, if you have a heart that big now, what I want you to do is help the ones that are less fortunate than you are, less fortunate than I am. Help somebody who's truly in need. You don't even have to record your deeds. Just as long as you know in your heart that you're sincere about helping this person, hell, even giving them like an apple, a bottle of water, will like make their day. You got this, champ. Vesper says, oh, in one stream, people thought I was in my 30s. I'm not that old. Vesper's not that old, chat. Come on. Oh, whoa. Bad camera angle. Sorry. There we go. Maybe this one. No, that's my knee. This one. There. No. Mystic says, boy, if you don't learn how to ask, I'm a drop kick you. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll request off of Mystic sometime. Oh, but Mystic's always surrounded with the lovely people of El Alba. What room is there for me to squeeze in? Hmm. Especially your eternally tired friend Damon. Oh, why if it isn't Mr. Truce? It's been a while. You would have had the meetup. I haven't had the meetup since our last meetup, Toivo. Um, Maybe, you know what? Because it's my birthday next week. Chat, my birthday is on May in less than a week. In less than a week. And it falls on a weekend. I might actually just hold an open meetup and pray that there are no stinkers that attend. But there's a chance there. Why? Spencer Fox just subscribed for Team Spencer. My goodness. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. I'm glad I'm entertaining to you. I'm glad I'm entertaining to you. 8 times 10. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, exclamation point tip chat. But yeah, thank you so much. Th- Oh, I appreciate my goodness. It's motivating and it certainly helps a lot. Sarge says, I would like to wish you a happy birthday for next week, Gabas. Thank you. It's this week. It's this weekend. In 5 days, it's going to be my birthday, Chad. I haven't really celebrated it. Maybe things can be different this year. Maybe we can have familiar faces, genuine smiles, sincere jokes, much less of whatever bad was happening last year, and hopeful for more good. That's the goal, anyway. You know what? It's okay, Glitch, don't worry. To celebrate my 3,000 ish birthday, it's one. I know. I'm closer to 4,000 now. Damn. Oh, I visited V8 Devil. Thank you. It's okay. Go attend your camp first. You catching me? See, I mentioned that it's my birthday, and then Mystic threatens to beat me up. My goodness, what sort of friend is she? I am wounded. I'd probably sooner just quietly celebrate my birthday at that certain part of District Roboto. You know, with the lovely green lighting and my buddy Jim just leaning by his house. Ah, yeah. Hmm. Or by the wooden crates. I think it's nice. They're fresh, very rustic. Yellow Crow Fry says, I didn't realize we shared the same birthday week. Well, advance happy birthday to you, friend. Thank you, Diamond Hands. What do you want for your birthday? Chicken lasagna. Lasagna, that's for sure. Did you know last week Axiom actually treated me to some lasagna, and because of that, he has further cemented the fact that he's going to be a friend of mine until the day he dies. Why does that sound terrible? I mean, you know what I mean. Driver says, if you were to do a meetup, it would certainly be my first time on VR chat. Did you perchance have a VR headset already, Driver? I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. Even if you're on your desktop, it's okay. I'll be very strict about filtering the people that attend, though. Um, Pretty much the people who I think and see are problematic. Oh, my goodness. We ran into some trouble last time. Mystic says, you catching these hands for thinking I don't have time to hang out with you. You know better than that. But Mystic, you're busy. You now work in the cafe and you're streaming and everything. I wouldn't dare impose upon taking your time. In fact, I'm happy that you're productive. I remember back then, mid year to late last year, me and Mystic and Vesper would spend a whole lot of time together pretty much every day. Thank you, Spencer. I appreciate it. Blahuga says, I finally found you on Twitch. Remember seeing your stuff on Twitter for. Wow, a person from Twitter. Welcome. My Twitter's doing absolutely terrible, by the way. Well, in comparison to my Instagram, at least. People seem to like my stuff in Instagram. I need to post on Instagram today. Also, hello, Scampa boy. Meetups get messy with just one person. That's why I will like remove people indiscriminately. Like, ha, you stink. I don't give a chalos, but that ain't no excuse. Okay. Yeah, my Twitter is absolutely terrible. Probably because Twitter is built upon a network of well, as sucks as it is to admit, Twitter is pretty much built upon a foundation of accounts knowing bigger accounts and hoping bigger accounts retweet your stuff. I don't have any high profile as I would define. By high profile, like 5 digits worth of followers. I see a lot of people liking my stuff, but none of them retweeted. Hmm. Maybe because I don't really discuss any topics of relevancy, like, oh, this world should do this and that. Oh, I totally agree with this policy and blah blah. No, I just post pictures and videos. Yeah. In short, I don't have a network of friends over at my Twitter, guys. It's okay. Twitch is like that because of reads. Honestly, if it falls on the weekends as Diamond Hands, I'd like to attend. That's the reason I've been missing out on meetups with friends in other communities because they fall on days I'm unable to be there. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, if you join my Discord, which is one of the requirements for the meetups, you most definitely will get informed as to when and where it's gonna happen. As long as it's not 18 plus restricted. Ooh, but that's the thing. Um, you have to be in the Discord for the meetup to occur. And to be in the Discord, you have to be 18 or above. So sorry, younger fans of mine. I can still keep you company here on streams, though. I don't know, Scampa. I'm good, Olympus. What's this? Sergeant says, I'll never know why TikTok is how it is. I see so many weird, suspicious things. And yet I come across the most relaxed, chilled out fellow. Sounds like a laid back lawyer. Gab's not busy working on a case. Either that or he's slacking off. We will never know, chat. Mm-mm. I. Well, as I've said, I'm trying to change the generalization that all VR chat streamers are falls into two categories. Actually, three. Now, the majority rather. The majority are sexy streams or adult oriented ones. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Lots of dancing, hip swaying, less clothes, sparkly skins. Or Um, brain rot content. And as much as I enjoy a good meme here and there, I, it gets really old quick. Ooh, thank you for stamping that troublesome thing out, Jasper. Gus says you've seen one streamer in a maid dress, you've seen them all. You know what's funny? Chat still pushes me to be so. What meetups are you all talking about, says Glitch? Um, it's Gebus's birthday bash. So I'm going to be hosting a community meetup that I haven't hosted for over 5 months. AKA, here's your chance of wanting to say hello and whatnot. But to be on the safe side of things, even though I don't really do any NSFW stuff, you know this. Go to my Twitter, go to my Instagram, every social media. I still wanna step on the err on the side of caution, and that is not have any minors involved in anything that I do. You can watch my stream, yeah, sure, whatever. I can't control you. But in events and joining the Discord, very strict no minors rule. 18 or above only. Uh, what's this? More bad life advice redeems from Sarge. And he asks, what's the best way to enjoy life? I have been struggling recently with enjoying it. Well, you have to identify first what's making you struggle from enjoying it. But a simple answer is to flip your reception of life, your perception of it. In short, if there's a lot of sucky things going on right now, simple. Turn yourself into a masochist. All of a sudden, sucky things are great things, right? Bad life advice. No, you see, the maid dress suits you a lot, Mystic, and it's part of your persona. But for me, for example, look at me, chat. You're gonna have me wear wow, my super zoomed in legs. You're gonna have me wear a funny looking dress just for the sake of laughs. You have to make that a clip, please. Bad life too has to be in. You know what? If I have somebody with enough time and patience to go through all of my VODs and then clip every piece of bad life advice I've given, that would be the best. That'd be funny as heck. Also, I'm looking for my drink. Don't mind me, chat. Where is my hydrating bottle? There we go. Okay, Glitch. Hello, Angel. That's good. Hey, you. Drink your water. Man, what am I gonna have for breakfast later? I should have some frozen vegetables there. Maybe that. That can work, yeah. A good night, Ollie. Thanks for tuning in. It's already been an hour and a half. Look at how quickly time flies. But yeah, get going if you have to. Me, I'll just be here. It's new. Ah, yes. Mystical Aurora. I've yet to still see the new Nova that she's talking about. It really piqued my curiosity. I made onigiri, says Teki. You know you should share, right? With ears large like yours, you don't need a pillow. What about my ears? You know, I actually have to sleep on a longer bed, so my ears don't like touch like the headboard, or I have to do this. Vesper says, I really do want to see the Nova as well, but don't want to rush. Gummy Shark Princessita. Thank you, Teki. I hope it's good. I hope you washed your hands before you made the onigiri. Because I know you gotta wrap that thing in seaweed, right? How's your controller doing, by the way? Fine, for now. I don't know how long it's gonna last. I already got my replacements, don't worry. They're indexes, they're actually in front of me right now. But I can't use them just yet because I don't have my base stations. Hmm. Hopefully, they arrive within the next few days, before my birthday at least. Always wash hands, clean beans only. Good. I wonder if, like, make hand rolled snacks, will they inadvertently taste a bit minty or like blueberries? That's what people keep on saying about my these things. That time already, huh? Alright. No hand rolled brownies. Hand rolled brownies, huh, chat? That's funny. What's this? Barkeep Aegir says, I've been trying to source stuff for the sisig you talked about last time I was here, but I have basically no Filipino grocers near me. No pork mascara, no calamansi, no good ingredients. Let me help you substitute that. You can buy pork belly. You know, pork belly slabs. They're long, they're square. They have skin, a thin layer of fat, and then like meat. You can substitute that. You dice it into little cubes, like as small as you can, but don't like turn them into ground pork. To substitute for calamansi, you can use lemon. Any lemon squeeze is fine, but add a little bit of sweetener to it. So squeeze a lemon into like a small bowl. and then add half a teaspoon of sugar, and then you have the flavor that calamansi is. So yeah, you got this. I'm sure you can make the sisig. It's really good. There's a lot of people at this time in Twitch. Uh, I know most of you are hesitant to say hello. I mean, I'm the same thing. I sometimes just have a streamer's window open, but I don't really interact. I lurk because I don't have any real initiative to say hello. But can you do me a favor? Just give me an exception today and tell me what keeps you guys watching. Why are you here? I'm not talking about the regulars right now, but the ones having my tab open that are lurking. What hooked you? What made you curious? What made you click the thumbnail of my live? Monkey King says it's the voice you feel comfortable. Thanks. Yeah, Agir. Do what I did. Pork belly. Here's the thing. Pork belly. Boil it first, right? Boil it, and then you dice it, and then that's when you like. Yeah. Cuddly Evie says you sound incredibly soothing. Thank you. We have one lurker who said hello. I appreciate that. Ram says calming voice, relaxing like no other. Oh. Chill, says Ivan. You're a regular at this point, Ivan. Reem says, Geb, you know what? People watching streams or shows, even movies on the second monitor, is so prevalent that Netflix is working on some kind of show genre that's designed to be watched. Oh, that's interesting, actually. It makes perfect sense. What sort of entertainment can a person consume while focusing on something else? Iggy says, I got your stuff on my socials and I knew I needed to come and be here. You're really amazing, Gem. I love hanging out. Thank you. I agree with the calming voice thing, even though I'm not a lurker. You're not a lurker, Glitch. On the authentic video I saw from a Filipino chef, he used mascara and belly at the same time. It's fine, don't worry about it. Iggy. Fuego, another lurker says, hello. I just discovered you today. I love how relaxing your voice is. So it's the voice. Ah, I never really market myself as a voice actor, but I really am surprised with the amount of praise that I'm getting. Thank you. Silver Wolf says, Lurker here. I don't know why I'm here. I just think it's interesting to see what's going on. Like what conversations you're having. You know what? I ask myself the same thing sometimes. I have been yapping on screen 3 times a week, sometimes more, for more than a year now. And I seemingly never run out of words to say. Will I eventually hit a wall? Nah, of course not. Because the vast majority of the interactions comes from you, Chan. Your messages mean a lot. Gus says, you seem to be a more down-to-earth streamer than most. I feel like I can relate to you better than others. You have authenticity and I appreciate it. Authenticity. I have a question, Gus. What contributes to something or someone having, as you call authenticity? Like, I ask in a constructive manner. Is it because they're very much in character or very much thematically fitting? No, it's okay, Reem. I understand. I keep on telling chat, it's okay to even just have me alt tabbed at times. Like, or if you fall asleep to my streams, I take it as a compliment, really. I won't get mad. Kendall says, let's see, if I remember how I met you, Miles Raiden. You were in some Japanese bar. We had conversation about lechon. Oh, lechon. My beloved. Yeah. I was in District Roboto. Who says your stream is overall chill? I love the neo noir vibe and also the fact that you're into literature. Totally into literature. A lot of streamers are so over the top just to keep your attention. You can do it while being calm. That's a skill. Wow, you never thought about it that way. Hmm, thanks. Also, thank you, Subsa. Lechon mentioned. Whoa, we have a raider. The nice wolf is raiding with a party of 14. My goodness. Hi there, nice wolf. Nice wolf raiders. Is nice wolf actually nice? You have to tell me. For all we know, that's just a fabricated title. But yes, welcome to the stream. I jest. I hope you guys had fun. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun and I hope you had fun. What were you up Excuse me, what were you up to? Were you playing games or just chatting, maybe drawing, VR chat? Oh, hold on. Let's go back, read while Wolf is right. Godly Evie says, just found you as well. I have a horrible attention span, but you're the type of person I could just watch for hours. Now that is something for sure. The soothing jazz in your calm voice makes your stream the perfect late night radio show. Late night radio show. I can imagine me just playing while you're stuck in traffic. You have similar red lights being cast in your face because that's coming from the car in front of you, parked in an equally slow situation. It's like, what time is it? Then you have Gib like playing here. Yeah. What's this? Sometimes, says Nice Wolf. So sometimes Nice Wolf. Very nice he is, says Waffle the boy. And they were playing games. Tavern manager with chat, and now I'm EP. Good night, Nice Wolf. Sweet dreams. Thank you for the rain. Bye. You've been known to be in sheep's clothing. Oh. It's a skill indeed. Why, if it isn't Piano Ghoul? Best vibes on TikTok, sending lots of positivity, and I send an equal amount times three positivity your way, Piano. I hope you have a great time when you stream, and I wish you nothing but the best in what you do. Again, I'm never gonna forget the time you actually kept company. You were a big streamer. You are a big streamer. And I had what, like 20, 30 people following me back then. But you never counted me as somebody who was a nobody. You wanted me to be in the group, chatting with others just as equally. You saw me standing awkwardly by that pillar. I appreciate that. I really do. You see, chat, whenever a person does me good favors, without me asking, without being prompted, these are favors I remember for a lifetime. They may seem small from the perspective of others. They're enormous to me. You give me a bottle of water when you can see me thirsty. I will remember you the rest of my days. You put the meal on a plate that's empty. My heart shall never forget you. Hi there, Burmese. It's my breath. I'd add some advice for improvement if I could. There's nothing to improve upon. Oh, sorry, I'm just lazy. Geb in his poetry art. I think Matthew is the one who needs to be the forefront of any poetry related things. Reem says it's surprising how basic human kindness is so rare that when you experience it, you remember it. I don't just remember it, Chad. You show me kindness, I'll treasure it. Yeah, I'm lucky to have known and met so many kind people in my life. How about the taco? Oh, I would say yes. I really need bad life advice. About what, Miyaza? You have to ask a question first. It's 6 a.m. on a Tuesday, I see. Got it. You know what? Give me a minute as I check my Discord. I hope you don't mind. Let's see. Ah, yes, memo. Oh, of course, Axio sends me a DM. Ah ha ha, no, Axio. Let me just reply to my friend. There we go. Activities to be done later. What the fuck is this? Oh, sorry, chat. There we go. Some motivationals. Anyway, where were we? Let's see how many people join. Oh my. I can see people who are unfortunately underage. How's your weekend? My weekend was okay. Okay. And then in the VR chat channel, took so long. Oh, that's Matthew. Okay. I see Goofy Gordon is having a fair amount of fun. Anywho, back to chat. I gotta go do some stuff. Have a good night, Gab. Hey, Gear, I want you to go make the sisig with the ingredients I told you about. Don't forget to add the raw egg on top, okay? And then send a picture in the Discord. What's this? What time is it for you, ask Fuego? It is currently 6:03 a.m. What's this? Geb, says T. Billy. I made a chipotle pork shoulder last night and shredded it, but don't know what to do with it. Any recommendations for a recipe? Shredded it. Why don't you make chili out of it? I bet it'll be delicious. Either that or if you have shredded pork shoulder, marinate it in some garlic and a teeny amount of soy sauce and some sesame oil for flavor. Marinate it for an hour, and then you quickly cook it over like a hot skillet or pan. Just like that, and then pour it over a plate with some rice and then a sunny side egg up, golden. Glitch says your Discord is so nice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just scared to text in chat sometimes. Why are you scared? Hold on, chat. Let's change my clothing. There we go. Don't be scared. Why not? Getting hungry now. And then ideally, you go dice up some onions as well. You saute it in butter alongside with the pork shoulder bits. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be so good. It's so good. Very basic recipe. Can you imagine how good that'll smell? So you have onions just sauteing in butter, like, and then you put the pork shoulder on top of it, marinated with like sweetened soy sauce. I forgot to say, add a bit of like mirin and brown sugar if possible, and then oh my goodness. If you want to make it simple, pork shoulder, onions, maybe a bit of carrots, and if you're a fan of peas, I'm not a fan of peas, and then put some pre-cooked rice in it, like yesterday's rice that was cooked, and then you make some like young chow fried rice out of it. It's so good. Pulled pork sandwiches work. This is great. I'm a sort of guy, so yeah. Yeah, the peas are completely optional. I think peas are there just to like add texture to whatever dish is being cooked. Hmm. Whoa, that glitched out. Master Chef game. Yeah. Do you like sugar peas? What sugar peas? Sugar peas seems like a term an elderly sweet lady would call you. Oh, come here, sugar pea. When you're like helping her carry her grocery bags. Hmm. Glitches. Streamers scare me basically. I'm loud and confident with my friends, but anyone I don't know makes me a little scared of embarrassing myself somehow. However, even when I'm just one friend is present, I'm suddenly an extrovert. Yes, that's the case usually. You get to ease up with the right person. It's just why I also tell people don't feel bad if after meeting somebody you want to meet, you find out that you don't really vibe with them. It's part of the friendship process. Sometimes you get along with somebody, sometimes you don't. My best advice if you get along very little with the person, just wish them a wonderful day and be on your way. I see, Vesper. Uh, hmm, that's good advice. Yeah, it's true. It's practical advice. If there's something I was reminded of a few days ago, is before adding somebody as a friend, try to warm up to them first. Like, I know it's tempting to immediately say, "Hey, can I add you as a friend?" But you have to see multiple facets of a person beforehand, in all honesty, or else you're gonna be stuck with somebody who accepted you as a friend, but now you awkwardly don't interact with each other. Oh, what bad life advice did you need, Spencer? Now I'm curious about the start of our friendship. I don't know, Axiom. I knew that you and I would just vibe together. Ain't it strange? You have a very much straight person. You have a very much gay person, which is Axiom. But somehow we're like the best of friends when it comes to the memes, the jokes, and all of the jabs and punches. And at the same time, I've met a lot of people who seemingly have a lot in common with me, but we don't, we just don't click. You know what I mean? Either they have like, I know. If I sniff from your persona that one, you're a snowflake, two, you're pretentious, and three, you are not humble in who you are and what you do, you're an immediate X in my book. What are snowflakes? Unnecessarily sensitive people who would make drama and whatnot over the smallest of things. Oh my god, did you just assume my sadness? Oh, you shouldn't be speaking that way. Bro, come on. No. Okay, fine. Go find a group that like is the same as you, but it's not with me. How are we doing, Gab? We are doing fantastic. 2 hours into the stream. Axiom says, "Yeah, I feel like we are kind of opposites." You see, that's the thing. We're opposites that complement each other. We fill each other's holes. in think in like knowledge and skill, right? You know what I mean? Oh God, I should have used a different example. Yikes! We man, there's no way I cannot spin that. Look, 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 listen. When I say opposites complement each other, and when I say you fill each other's holes, you fill each other's gaps. There we go. Oh my God. That's a rough analogy. Hello, see, I lured one of the lurkers out. Hello, subsonic music. Subsound, sorry, subsound. That's Geb breaking the ice. I didn't know we were public about it, says Action. Vesper says, "Boo-hoo, you're depressed. It's not a pity party for you here. Other people have depression too, but it doesn't make it the center." That's true. There's people who thrive on that, Ves. That's why I keep those guys away. Thank you, Mystic. Anubi says, "You both bring something different to the table." That's true. Dad, I swear he's just a friend. Dad, we're gonna go up to the room and like play some Xbox, okay? We're gonna lock the door so like we don't get startled in our little game, alright, Dad? Yes, son, sure. Yeah, Dad, we only need one controller. That's the only thing that needs to be plugged in anyway. I mean, it's a turn-based game, Dad. So like we swap between turns. That's what we mean. If you hear anything, don't come in the room, Dad. If we're like moaning and screaming and whatnot, that's just we're getting beat up by the enemy. You know how difficult it is. Like, oh God, Oh, that's such good loot. Finally, my sword is like plus 10. Yes, yes, precisely. But jokes aside, it's funny how dynamics of friendships are surprisingly going well if you are opposites on certain things. Vesper says, yeah, even if I have a disposition for it, it doesn't mean I want to be around it constantly or swap my friends. Yeah, that's true. Just don't dwell in drama. For sure, each has their turn. Oh, are you in? Oh God, I'm in. There we go. I found the hole. All right, come in here and then we can move to the next area. Yeah, that sort of deal, precisely. Yeah. Mm. And like, ooh, headshot. Reem says, damn, I'm having flashbacks to when I invited my best friend over to play PlayStation 2. That's the funny thing. I used to do that all the same too. Like, mom, can my friend visit? We're just gonna play computer in my room. And that's actually what we did. You're such a comedian. I'm simply stating what really happened to me in the past. Oh, hi, Celeste. Are you excited for virality? I am. I'm not yet prepared, clearly, but just a bunch of blue and darker blue and gold spray paint, and then I should look the part of the event. Are you? Mystic says, I wish Vesper could get on. There's a song that would be fun for you two to dance. Oh, God, I'm immediately gonna hop off VR chat after stream, that's for sure. Oh, whoa, my health is taking a turn for the worse. No dancing condition. Hmm. Ivan says, my brother just heard all of that and asked me what am I watching. YouTube tutorial videos. Tell your brother that. How about I get on Geb and you gotta stay to. Oh no. Oh, okay, all right. I can't stop you, so be it. We're gonna do friendship things. What's this? Gaming position. Like, hurry, hurry, hurry. You take me from the back. There we go. Oh, nice position. All right, let's snipe. Mm. Oh, they'll never hear me coming. And as you sneak through like the stealth missions. Right. It's like that passes by. They'll never hear us coming. You're like in some black ops like ghillie suit mission. Istik says, give me a reason why I shouldn't string you by the because I am the elderly is sick at the moment. Like Vesper. Besides, I gotta go sweep my apartment, you know. It gets really dusty at that part of the district. Lots of robots rolling around. I'm fine as long as I can be called to interact, says Vesper. Yeah, sure. Never a dull moment with you, is it? Oh yeah. Look, Anubis, I'm half tempted to make a separate account of me being more unhinged with my jokes. There's a lot of filtering going on. My friend should know this, but it's mostly just the funny, more abrasive stuff. It's gonna be a channel called Totally Not Gib, but I still wear the same tie. Like, oh, have you ever heard of the watermelon king? Like those sort of jokes that are clearly gonna put me in hot water. So I'm gonna be not me. Like, ooh, you like KFC too? I bet you do. But yeah. Mm-mm. Smell that Louisiana goodness. But yeah, anywho, let's go read chat again. Desper says the elderly. My grandpa in his 80s has more strife in his step and still works hard even when he's Grandpa Vesper's in his 80s? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, he looks like he's 70 or earlier. Glitch says, wow, this is a lengthy one. All right. I used to have a friend group which constantly just looked for drama over anything and everything. Got a better one. A year later, someone just like that joined us. They flew out so fast, we realized they were making stuff about every one of us. Yeah, painting themselves the victim. It was a whine about everyone. Just block and move on. Honestly, I've been through that too. Getting Alabama up in here. I reckon. No, no, stop, Kev. Not the time and place. Keep the chicken, keep the Kool-Aid inside. All right. Vesper says, same. Everyone in my family still works to this day. Even my 78-year-old grandpa is a carpenter. Oh. We keeping it clean with words on here, says Misty. 100%. Why, if it isn't marbles the bat! Exclamation point there. Hi there! That was a joke. For legal reasons, that was a joke. How are you doing, friend? We're gonna feed you more of the cave. Oh, no, please. I was just talking about the KFC salted caramel crap that I ate yesterday. It was delicious for a while. And then, like, the more you consume, the worse it gets. Look, I think dessert and fried chicken needs to be separate, not combined together. What I essentially ate, chat, was a salted caramel chicken sundae. That's what it was. I ate both the rice and chicken form, and I ate also the zinger form. Not the best. Mm. Hold on. Yeah, yeah, I'm not joking. Oh no, my right button's starting to give. The what? Imagine, chat. Humanity's great creation. Both the main meal and dessert. You combine it. You have the caramel, salted and everything, chicken sundae. That's what I ate. With rice, with buns, with mayonnaise, with lettuce, with some salted pepper on top too. It was a strange mix. Why did I eat it? Because I was hungry and I wanted to get the most of my money. Virgo says not very crazy, but my mom likes mixing some ketchup in her macaroni. You and Axiom need to be friends ASAP. That's why I changed the music, Jam. Axiom says, look, I'm into weird combos, but what the heck did you just say? A salted caramel fried chicken sundae. That's what I ate. Google salted caramel chicken KFC. You'll see that I'm not lying. It's very much real. Go to Google, look at the images, you're gonna know that's real. You flabbergasted with how it looks. I wonder how they even came up with the idea. Okay. You know, Jampel says, I came to watch stream because I'm kind of going through a breakup and I'm trying to get better. Jampel, the most immediate relief you can give yourself after a breakup is just to do this and throw away all your sadness out the window, right? Ball it up into like a little rock of sorrow and despair and then start fresh. I know it's hard not to look back, but mhm. All the luck to you, as what Action says. Hi there, Nan. Marbles the Bat says, it's been so hard to work this week that I had to get some long and deep walkies with friends. I see. Hard, long, deep walkies with friends. So you needed the company of your friends to get the stress out of your head. Yeah, when you mentioned your unhinged alt account, I didn't realize it's your main. Matthew says, anxiety out the window. That broken relationship out the window. That demon that eats your socks. Even like them. Doesn't even like them, but it does anything to piss you off out the yeah. You know, speak of window. There you go. Geb in a window. Gebus. Out the window. What's this? Worrying about the window. Don't worry about the window. Things are perfectly fine. At you, out the window. He said now, he'll be fine. He can just flap his wings, use his rather aerodynamic pancake-shaped face. His extraordinarily 1-inch beak. He has a rather small, but we don't mention it out of courtesy. The window is the one that needs to fear. Ah. What? A small one. Oh, owls inherently have a small, like, peep or like. It's okay. I'm not gonna make fun of you. It's how you use it that matters, not how large it is. I'm talking about their beaks. Have you seen owl beaks? They're very small, right? Like 1 inch. I mean, normally 6 inches and above are like the norm for most birds that are that size. But I'm sure Matt, you can do just well with what he has. Marbles continues. However, at the end of the week, I decided to go to another city to refresh your eyes and meet other friends. Yes, good idea. Me, personally, I go ride my motorcycle and escape town, which I haven't done in like 2 months, I think. Ashim says, yeah, mine is so much bigger, my amazing beak. Yes. Axioms kaka. Ah, good. Yep. Axiom Specker is definitely, what do birds use to peck their beaks? So that's not inappropriate. So Axiom Specker is larger than Matthews. Yep. My, I'm. That's not the OS anymore. Okay. Are you not in a cafe today? No, I'm in the outskirts of my apartment for today. Anywho, chat. I'm being funny because I'm on the last leg of today's stream. I have 10 minutes before I gotta go. Yeah. Well, everything has to come to an end eventually. If you Google friendly streamer, you show up as first result. Wow, fat chance. 500 kilometers. Oh. Good luck with your drive, Marbles. Firehawk goes, this has certainly been asked before, but what music do you like listening to? Well, I have a broad selection, but I know what I don't listen to. Number one is rap. Number two is a nightcore, whatever the heck category that is. The sped up remixes. But I have a broad selection from a bunch of genres that I listen to. Predominantly, I have in my playlist are atmospheric stuff, things that evoke emotion. I'm not so much into lyrics, like lyrics that I can relate to, but there are exceptions to that. Like Radiohead. I love Radiohead. Can you guess which song by Radiohead I like? Do you write? I, 90s and 2000s pop for the win. But I'm a freak. I'm a kid. Wow, you got it spot on. You should go to work. No surprises. That's one. Yeah, that's for sure. Do you like jazz? Of course. What kind of question is that? Matthew says, I like the 80s, 90s, jazz, classic blues, pop, and from new millennia dubstep or techno. Whatever this is, I'm adding this to my playlist. The Murder Dancer. Ooh, the reimburse is. Okay, good. Sorry, had to check something. Uh, where were we? I can't believe I missed the whole thing. Oh, Sam. Not you, Axiom. You didn't miss much, Sam. It's just me, taking another day to talk as usual. Lyle says, their interview went well and I got a job. Congratulations. I look forward to getting 23% of your monthly income. That's a joke, by the way. Do you like alternatives and or indie rock? I suppose I can give it a whirl. Well, flying jump you can. Oh my. Zzz. 22%. That is oddly specific. Oh, why if it isn't Got Husky? Hi there. I've seen you in the Luna Beast server. Wow. Welcome to the stream. Not much is going on here, though. Ah, yes, Vesper's music. Sleep Token. I remember listening to it. Now, what was that song that caught my ear? Hmm. I remember poking a little bit of fun to Vesper that time. Awesome marbles. I'll see you around. You go have a great day, okay? Don't stress too much. Grab the fresh air, the mental respite that you need. Do what you gotta do to decompress. I'll see you next stream. I'm partnered with Storm, that's why I'm in there a lot. Oh, cool. I too got an email. No, not an email. I got a DM from. What's the name of Storm's partner? I forgot their name, but yeah, they were. Stormwolf was also asking me to go partner up with them, saying like, "Hey, we're gonna give you an avatar, and then all you gotta do is like promote us." And I said, I will think about it because as much as I like the Solar Beast is the male equivalent of the Luna Beast. It didn't quite fall into the category of aesthetics that I was after. Don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful model. But unfortunately, I was unable to accept their generosity. I still wish them the best though. Vesper is a Luna Beast. Vesper says, of which you still haven't responded to, but I'm a Luna Beast. Happily own the product. I'm just not the canine. All right. Vesper is the Luna Beast with golden glasses and nice long flowy orange hair. This looks wonderful on you. Ah, did you know, God, this? It's actually not a Nova Beast. This is a mix between the Hyanid and the Volper. I kit bashed it myself. Did a bunch of work and well, surprisingly got something workable. Pretty, pretty okay. I need a better angle for this. Yes. You see, I have um done a bit of custom work with models as well. I just don't sell anything. I kit bash the things I personally use and I make my own alterations to the face tracking and everything. Like these things, the blend shapes are mostly altered or edited completely, especially with the ear tracking that you can see. The eyebrows are completely custom too. Those are actual meshes that I made. It's fun, it's very fulfilling. It's one thing to find an avatar that fits you that you can buy. It's another thing to be able to shape an avatar to how you want it to be. Because nothing feels more personal than something materialized by your own hands. Or at least it's like a car having a color that you like, the custom seats and like everything, that is according to your tastes. Anubis says it looks like a younger version of your old Avi, but with a modified tail, if you ask me. That's true. I think this one encapsulates my personality much better compared to my previous one. What's this? Nice to see you, Gibbs. See you around style. I'm trying with the Lunar and the Viwi. The Luna Beast. Oh, the Luna Beast, you mean? If it's the Luna Beast and the Viwi, I think it would be a fantastic combination. I have contemplated on getting the Viwi. I mean, it's close pretty much to what I need and want. But I I think I'm okay with what I have. Maybe in the future, who knows? I really love Moss's work, by the way. I mean, props to the person. They're the one responsible for all the muscle normal maps that most avatars use. Have you seen the weight painting on the Viwi? It's incredible. The muscles are actually moving the way they should. So cool. Bolivia says, I would really like to get into this stuff, but from where I'm from, I would definitely get bullied. Why? Having skills in 3D is gonna get you bullied? I don't see how that's going to happen. Fuego's asking, is your Sona a dragon of sorts? It's definitely a mod I would use if I had my own Sona. I know I can't use that one. Yes, a dragon of sorts. Well, I don't have the wings or anything, but I think that's completely fine. My thigh is sticking out. That's new. Let's just go back to the tail go. Hi there, Antique Gamer. I need to take notes of this. Hold on, chat. Let me go write that down. Okay. Sticking out the jacket. Lower it. There we go. What am I listening to? I'm like exploring new tracks in my Spotify. Let's go back to this one. I think this is cool. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, boss. I follow your Instagram. Oh, excellent choice. Because the video quality in the Instagram is actually better than in Twitter. Thanks. Which video in particular struck your eye the most? I'm curious. 100% of the things I post there, video wise, are just clips from my streams. I don't do any skits and whatnot. Ivan says, I would like to create an avatar, but don't have the money right now. It would be Dragon with the suit. I see. He said, one of us. I thought you didn't like me being a dragon, Axiom. Said, oh, Gab, your vibe would completely change. You'd be too aggressive, to pin you against the corner of a room, against a wall sort of deal. And Nardo Gib would be fun. I leave the Nard. Whenever I see Nardos, I now call them axioms. I would not dare don on the skin of a Nardo dragon. Yes, Chris, it's from Incredibots. I've been hooked to this song. I don't know, Axiom. Me being a Nardo, but they have very long faces. Look at how short my face is, Axiom. Have a nice close look. You see that? Nardragons have faces at least this long. Mine is just very modest in length. Oh, I see you there, cat. Caught me at the moment I'm zooming in, huh? Hi there. Hope you're doing okay. Easy to grab his muzzle and shot. Shot. Axioms is longer. I'm gonna make a nard. By all means, Axiom, you can try. You have my texture, right? You can just use that as reference. Hazarazu says, I'm thrilled to finally catch a stream of yours. Lovely avatar, my dear. Thank you. Pardon the music choice, chat. I've been really vibing with Incredibox. And so we have another Nova Beast joining our ranks. Man. You know, my desire to have a Tiger Bee friend is still very much present. Imagine having a little gremlin of a buddy just tag along you. It has to be definitely be shorter than you. Ah, I wish to have more species. Yes. Oh my goodness. That's the equivalent of a galaxy. Why, thank you, God Husky. By the way, Chan, check out God Husky here. She streams too. Super cool. I dropped by her stream one time. Unfortunately, the mic was a bit low compared to the music, but overall, very cool. I'm a fan of Luna Beast, and that's what she has. How does your avatar's ear tracking work? If you go to my Instagram, I actually have an answer. I duct tape slime trackers to them 100%. Hello, Azurai. Which crayon tastes best, chat? Unfortunately, I can't answer that because I don't have my friend who is a Marine along with me. I think he told me it doesn't really matter. It was the ear tracking video I found first. Yes. I look back and zoom right in the face. Oh, am I too close for you, mister? You've seen me closer before. Antique Gamer says dragon is not the first thing I thought you were. What species did you think I was? A kobold? Tell me. I'm curious now. So glad to finally not be congested, says Vesper, who is running through a very nasty cold. I can enjoy how nice my hair smells again. I've been using a coconut scented shampoo and conditioner with some shea conditioner mixed in. I would probably plop my chin on top of your head and just. Smells nice. Good night, Reem. Mystic says you got a Volper, a Nova, a Luna, a Nardo, and a Shallow. You know what? That's true. Now that I think about it, Matthew's the only other Nova based. No, but I do want a like. We still need the bird friend. But if Axiom turns into the bird, who's going to be the Nardo? Ah, sad to think about. I didn't notice the scales around your hand. Oh, these things. They're nothing fancy, really. Just a small touch of detail around the eyes. Hard to change. Yeah, actually, I totally understand. When I met you day one, you practically stuck to the look until now. Cat says I catch you later, Gib. Gotta go film. You, good luck with your filming, Cat. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate you saying hello. Listen, Matthew now. He's a Nova Beast who calls himself a now. We just don't question it. We're polite. Are those ski goggles? Uh, I think they're closer to aviators, in all honesty. Only thing I wish to change is the texture. Then there you have it. You know, Axiom, there's one thing you can do. You can kit bash the bird into the Nardo and be something completely unique, just like I am. I seriously thought you were some sort of fox hybrid. Most people call me a dragon fox, but I clearly lack the fluff for it. I'm a smooth skin, as people can see. The only real fluffy thing is, well, my tail and that thing above. It's the ears, that's true. If I hide the ears. Oh, that's so hard to grab my own ears. Hi, chat. I don't have ears anymore. I am but a lizard. I'm probably going to set some time aside doodling a concept if that'll help. A concept of what, Vesper? That looks so cursed. Chat, have you ever seen me without the goggles? Let me curse you all the way. So, without the goggles, chat, it's a bit strange, really. I look like I have the haircut of somebody from the 40s, in all honesty. I don't like having my hair very long, like where it drapes over, but it's something at least. Thank you, Aiden. Axim says, actually, if you're gonna be in VR chat after stream, I have a thing. You will see. I don't know. I have yet to receive any. The thing. The rectangle thing that I ate. Your hairstyle is definitely interesting. Chad, I don't have the most flattering hairstyle compared to others. Geb says Vesper. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm not trying to milk our friend. Oh God. Money, chat, money. That's what I mean. Want to guess what my avatar looks like? Well, you have to give me a bit of clues to lead me on if we're gonna do a guessing game. I also love the ear physics. It's making my brain happy. You're a detective. Excuse me. Wow. Reflex. You're a detective. Is something of the sorts. All right, hold on. Hmm. I wonder if I'm gonna have any deliveries today. Yeah, boss, I'd say a canine old fashioned and dark colors. Old fashioned, so you're a wolf with dark colors and maybe. uh, I don't know. Glitch just Geb, you've activated the inactive furry inside of me. Now I'm overhauling my first soul. Go ahead. I remember chatting up with a certain crow named CQ yesterday. Or the other stream. He wanted to put runes on his bird. However, that's gonna appear. Yeah, but how's it going with the motorcycle? I don't think I'll be selling it this year, in all honesty. I wouldn't have a vehicle to use. My savings are like out in the garbage. I mean, in down the drain because I had to spend a whole lot in VR stuff. That's why I'm trying to raise money without directly saying I'm raising chat. I actually really badly need funds, but unlike other streamers, no, I'm not going to put the thing up there here on Twitch. Well, on TikTok, it's there because it's, yeah. Ooh, I'm probably, how many? Oh my goodness, a whole lot of dollars short. A black wolf with white eyes, steampunk accessories, and a black suit. Oh, okay. Interesting. I see. I'm surprised Anubis is still here. Anubis, what do you do? Why do you hang around my streams from like the minute I go live to the time I end? Are you like a security guard or something? Hi there, Mitchie. We should do a fundraiser for Gib. I've- that's the difficult part about being me, chat. I love money. I need money. It's just that I'm not shameless enough to ask chat for like money. Like about, you see how other streamers have like this thing about, right? Like help me with my monthly bills. Like, okay. So yeah. What's this? I don't remember which stream it was. The Eldritch horror infested space cat, if you remember, with the black hole chip. Was that what? I remember seeing an avatar that's similar to that. I think it was from Mystic. She had a funny looking cute creature that would just like open up its head and tentacles with eyes would prop out. Like truly horrifying. Sure, do what you want. Okay, I may have to remove this thing. Ugh. Oh my goodness, Mystic's still here. Sorry, I was adjusting my headphones. You remember what avatar though? What I'm talking about? That creepy one. Pico creepy. What happened to my music? Oh no! All transfer my hand to bug. Ah, Yay, made it for a stream first one too. Welcome. It's cute. I don't think there's anything cute about. Oh my goodness, how do I do this? If I restart my headset, chat, it may look cursed for a moment. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, right? Either that, choose. I restart my headset or I end my stream now. There we go. Let's just lo-fi gib there. Looks like a very nice background image. That there. There we go. No, let's focus here instead. You know what your whole setup reminds me of, Gep? No, you tell me what's my whole setup remind you of. The cinematics are way too clean. They have me, my broken ass hand. An interview with the mafia. Not the first time I've heard that. Hmm. I cannot wait to change my controllers. My goodness. Soon. Thanks. Ah. Hmm. Dilemma. Do I persist or not? I'm already encroaching the 3 hour mark. Why the extension from the usual I do? Let me check Discord while I can. I see 310 there. Okay. A spinning cat. I really wanna play some EDF. Going over to Alright. Wow, Goebbels is checking his email midstream. Yep, that's what I'm doing, chat. Okay, let's see if my delivery is gonna be made today. Oh my goodness. Refresh. Come on, buddy. Alright. Yes, finally. Yo, what is this? This is some mystic core music. You, Ivan. This is that Mickey Mouse. Hi there, Evident Knight. See you around, Antique. Risk quality gamer. Crisp, huh? You know, I'm tempted, chat. I'm tempted. Maybe I extend stream 30 more minutes and I just listen to music instead. Back then, I used to do this whole unofficial part of the streams where I don't play jazz anymore. That I'm gonna restart my headset super quick so I can fix my hand. Actually, if I place it in the charger, will that correct it? Alright, wait. 10 seconds. There we go. Okay, okay, come on. There we go. I didn't need to restart my headset. Nice. Now I can find a good angle. Damn, I like this song. It's alright, I'm gonna admit, Chan. I have a thing for songs that sound melancholic, like they're, as most people would call it, a bit of a downer. I don't know why. It doesn't make me feel sad though. But it just evokes feelings, you know. Then we're gonna listen to that again. That's cool. The feels song, the feels, precisely. Hello, Argenti. No, this is good. Really? Fine. You can drop the title and artist in my chat. Glitch. Oh, goodness. I remember now. That's why I like Death Stranding so much. Because there's so much feels in the game. Did you know my motorcycle has custom stickers and decals to look like it's from Death Stranding? From Bridges. And I have a custom Bridges motorcycle jacket too. It has the word Porter and everything. Best Press as well when you tease me for listening to rock with edgy lyrics. Here's the thing, Best. The thing is I've really been down in the dumps physically. And I guess listening to this is just like a funny reminder of the tough times I've been through. But I've always been a fan of songs that have like a haunting melody to them, like a siren song, as I would describe it. Oh yeah, from Portal. That Ellie Phonetic on SoundCloud. Oh, it's not on Spotify. Oh dear. Thank you, Dova. I'm still gonna make fun of your edgy rock music, Noves. I don't have SoundCloud. I can't even play it. All I have Spotify app. I'd play it if it was there. Oh, mind if I recommend you songs that may fit the melancholic vibe? Alright, Chris, go ahead. Oh, what's this? Subnautica Below Zero. Oh. Alright. Very cyberpunky.
You have no concept for what has just occurred. I will destroy you. Do not move. Do not move.
Sounds like another day in the agency.
Errors.
Never mind. Turn into Zumba class. Hold on. My thing glitched again. Oh, it didn't reset. Damn. Okay, hold on. Sorry, chat. My controller bugged out again. Come on, buddy. Work with me here. Begging? How unbecoming. Don't beg, chat. That's very undignifying. Alright, buddy. Give me back my hands. There we go. Thank you. What do you use for face tracking? Quest Pro. Very simple. I'm dead, straight up. What? Why? Why do you want me to say that? I don't know. I'm not feeling this one. All right. Newsflash, I'm bored. Your stream is the only one I've found. But here we are surfing for music at the moment. Mac DeMarco. I don't think I have, actually. All right. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da. I'm just listening to various tracks. Nope. Ooh, nice. It's from the same guy who was. Okay. Hey, Gab, I just quit smoking after 2 years. Well, I'm proud of you. Smoking does nothing. Does no favors to your health. Quit while you still can, Chad. It's not cool at all. And you make terrible kissers. Glitch again. If I had SoundCloud, I would. The song a few back sounded like a grocery store banger. This reminds me of music you'd listen to in a zombie apocalypse. Here we are, just scavenging through worn down cars, and like ruins and everything going around. Gebos again pull up the website. I don't wanna open my browser. Not when I'm streaming, that's the thing. Unlike Spotify, who is a self-contained app, I don't wanna open my like 300 tabs in Firefox. Mm-mm. Sure, I'll give it a whirl after. Ooh, this is nice. Gotta have like the dramatic zoom in like this. That like look of defiance. How many coins have you flipped so far? I've frankly lost count. Bad life advice. For Forgotten Angel, how should I walk when I get on stage during graduation? In the most flamboyant way possible. If you're a girl, wear high heels. If you're a man, wear even higher heels. It's okay, Miauraga. Goodness me, 3 hours and 6 minutes. Nah, let's see how much longer I can linger here. Maybe. 15 minutes. Alka Smelter says, it's very nice listening to your streams while I'm out working in the garden. Working in the garden? Wow. Don't forget that bush here. Oh, trim that twig properly. With his treasurer, someone. Okay. Oh wow, I like Reeves' drawing. Man, making me consider having longer hair now. Hmm. Don't worry, the bush gets regular maintenance. That made me laugh. Across they got 5 ads. Oh my. Really pushing with the ads there, ain't you, Twitch? This reminds me a bit of Vesper's tasted music. I don't know why. Maybe it's the FNAF and Robloxy themes that's like overlapping. Mm. Jaroslav Beck. Man. Alright. Fine. This better be good. Okay. Legend. Oh, I hate it already. Mm-mm. Nope. Sorry, buddy. Not my thing. Oh my god, nope. How do I go back to what I was listening to? Ugh. I guess we just skip a whole lot of tracks. Mm-mm. I don't like songs that like no, not my thing. Was it called auto-tune voices? Hmm. Thank you. I don't play Roblox anymore, says Vesper. But when my younger sister asks. Ah, okay. Oh, I like this. It's titled Revelation. There we go. That's some Gebo score piano music. Bum, bum, bum. Nice. Got this whole air of mystery to it. So yeah, chat, this is oh, Black Blood Red Kiss. I will listen to it later. Because if I search in Spotify, it loses my current suggested list of music. Who is that? By Ross Bogdan. That was cool. That was cool. Binary data. This sounds like I'm thinking of a lot of math. I'll see you around, Raz. Very science. Too fast. Did hit. We did hit the 3 hour mark, haven't we, Memo? Hold on, chat. I know you wanna share your music with me, but wait. Let me explore like this suggestion first. Ooh, I like this. It sounds very shady. Some back alley deal going on. Hey, let's not do it here. There's too many prying eyes around. Black Blood Red Kiss, I will see. Hi there, Neon. Good morning. Did you know that Neon here is working on a visual novel? Something involving a lot of furries and they're not straight. It's very fun, very nice take on the culture of Filipino students. I fully endorse his product. Check him out. The demo is out now. You should make a music suggestions. Type that down and I will so I remember to do it later. No, we already have a music channel. Okay, I got bored. Belts go burr. Is this factory? No, it's shapes. All right. Nope. Hi there. Revolver Ocelot. You're pretty good. Thank you, Dutch Tennis Star. I'm just listening to music. Hmm. What is this? Mm-mm. Nope. All right. This thing, I need to be like in a car. Okay, I like Daft Punk. This passes. Okay. Thank you, Subaru. I still like the cafe pug. I know. I'm just exploring, Matthew. I'm not saying it's gonna be my music. Aye. This actually passes. Okay. Oh, Shy Little Frog. Shy Little Frog. Oh, I haven't heard this in a while. This is very comfy music. This is so cute. What? What? What am I supposed to see? Memo. Hispanic folk. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, okay, guys on motorcycles, you got me. Nope. Hmm. Alkas Meltzer says, I tried to click the Discord link, but it says the invite link is invalid. Is there another way to join? You have to personally ask Vesper to give you a link. All you gotta do is type, Dear Vesper, ever so beautiful, ever so powerful. Would it be alright to have the Discord link if it isn't too much trouble? And then you'll probably 100%, 50% of the time get your link. Oh wow, it's old timey like me. No, but I'm gonna save it. Okay, all right. Well, There we go. Hmm. Oh my god, I almost closed OBS. No. There you have it. Nope. Iraqi lobster. What is this? Oh. Wow, this is old. Actually, will probably like this. Let's stop. Okay, move. Whoa! Oh my god, it's this thing. I hear this all the time in like videos and. Yeah, I like this thing. ETS Monster has been inactive for a long time. That's true! Exclamation point tip chat if you wanna like resurrect it. I'm just joking. My tips are dead anyway. The raging moments. Yeah, yeah. That's so funny, Neon. Also, Gib, my thingy. What thingy? Alright, Rocker, what's your question? Um. Yep. Most definitely will listen to it later. All your song requests, I'm gonna listen to it after stream. Did I just change this to like lo-fi Gib? There we go. Let's make it lo-fi Gib. Except I'm outside. No, that's a terrible view. Oh, there's. Hello. What is this? Ugh, it sounds bad. Hi there, Glide. Yeah. Oh, now that's a classic. I'm sorry, chat. I played like Incredibox since it came out. Sorry. Oh my goodness, it bug. There we go. Geb, Gord, and Lo-Fi again. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Listen to that later. Nope. Oh. See you around, Memo. Bye. This is me music. I kind of dig it. Yep. I'm adding a lot of tracks to my library. Nope. Is that Borat? Nope. Ah, yes. Yeah. DJ Matthew in the house. Oh. And then hop on VR chat and let's listen to music then. From Family Guy. So much new songs to listen when I shower, chat. Did you know I'm the type of guy who takes his time showering? Nice hot shower, 30 minutes minimum. I have my phone in the sink. So the sink acts as like an acoustic amplifier, right? See here. Alright, that's enough of that. It's in the sink. Don't worry, there's no water in the sink. It's safe. Okay, that's boring. Red. What is this? Some Hotline Miami sounding ass. You know, and the intro is like a rundown, like a bungalow type living space. The couch, the fan, the VHS player. Why are you still up? Because I am apparently going down a music listening spree. You know, that's a mood I'm actually gonna add. Welcome back. Oh, what? Missed my face already, Char. You don't like the lo-fi gib? Want this instead. This is pretty cool. All right. Now let's continue listening to more tracks. I wonder how many copyright strikes I'm gonna get on this stream. Should I even? Oh, oh my city pop. Here we go. Flower shirt. What's this? Hi there, Ghost Miraton. Hadouken. You should listen to Loose Cannon by Puzzle. You put it all there in the music channel chat. All your music suggestions, type it out there. So I don't forget, okay? I'm gonna check it out after stream. I'm gonna listen to it with Axiom. Ugh. What's your opinion about fat rat? You mean like actual fat rats are cute? How long have you been streaming today? I am currently 3 hours and 32 minutes into the stream. My stream officially ended around 2 hours and 45 in, and every segment that, has occurred past that has just been me listening to music. I call this the unofficial extended stream. Aw, too bad, Firehawk. Oh, the music creator Fat Rat? I have no idea. Oh,
You strike us as someone who likes to be in control of things. Or do you actually enjoy when life throws you a curveball?
not you. Do I look like the person who doesn't like being in control? I should have like put it on such cool. Put it in the music channel, Glitch. Yeah, Reem, I saw your drawing. I like the long hair. Hey, Geb, could you tell us about the origin of the white collar guy? Were you the one who gave me the Spotify playlist? If I'm not mistaken. Because I was thanking you early on stream. I didn't know you would prop around. So let me personally thank you for the suggestion. I've been using it. I've been listening to it. Great picks. I like it. So yeah. The origin of Detective. That's probably from are you familiar with the show Lucifer? You know that Lucifer Morningstar. I am a fan of that series. And I always like it when it says, "Oh, detective." You know the way he he talks to. Yes, I don't think any of you know Lucifer though, but very charming fellow. My phone fell on my face, says Matthew, because I'm also on the bed forcing my eyes to stay awake. Good night, Matthew. What is it that you desire more? Oh my god, this one. Yeah, we're encroaching Altergeb. Nope. Hello, detective. I'm sorry. Instagram. I've been watching too much Instagram. Have you seen the black dude eat that watermelon in one go? He just scraped it with his hand, and then this was playing in the background, and it was hilarious. Yeah. It's so funny. But we're moving on. Don't worry, Chan. Yes, I indulge in brain rot sometimes too. This music, not a fan. A bit too sad. Yo, Nightfall. All right. Mooney, go to bed. All right, all right. We're starting to get to like 7 out of 10. Hmm. Oh, it sure is, Vincent. Good pickup line. I actually don't know one, chat. I don't use pickup lines. Good night, Matthew. Sweet dreams. Yes, we do. We have casinos here. Oh, it's from Mitzi's. Helltaker music right there. Oh my god, that was Doom. Goat type beat. Oh my god, what is this? There's a PNG of a goat. Let's listen to it. Mm-mm. I am losing viewers quick. Hold on. Tension, mystery, and suspense. The title is Music for a Killer. Let's listen to this. Hi, Dark Wolf. I actually like this. You don't have to, Firehawk. Thank you, Emerald. I appreciate it. It would indeed be hilarious to an extent. You know what? Send me the album or put it in the music channel glitch, like one track. The best track that you think is good from your boyfriend. It's okay. I'll make this one exception because you've been so pushy about it. The song is very peaceful. It's true. Cool. You know what? That's it. We're defaulting to a palate cleanser and then we're going back to our jazz. There we go. Look, Glitch, the more pushy you are, the less interested I am at listening. You just have to tell me once and that's it. Oh, we're almost at 4 hours, aren't we, Mystic? That's true. Thank you, Leo. Yep, it's from Lindy. Hi there, Holy. I'm doing okay. Just listening to some music before I go. Lindy is indeed good. All right, do what you want, Fireclaw. It's all up to you. LED Nova Beast. Funny, this is a Volper and a Hyanid combined. Oh, it's quite the mood, isn't it, Reem? Right, sorry, I was out of frame, TikTok. Like, normally I should be here, but oh well. How deliberate about it. Deliberate as long as you need to. Get some chicken joy, the spaghetti and the tuna pie, Hayes. Alright, what's the next song we're gonna listen to from Creep? Where's the No Surprises? Ah, there we go. Lasagna Man by Faye Ludon Photography. I remember you. Thank you, Spencer. Chicken joy. I'm doing okay. Just listening to some music before I end here. Yeah, Hayes. I'm glad you like the song, Chan. I like it too. Yeah, I'm going to virality. No coin flips tonight, Chan. Seems like everybody's saving up on their money. No, Firehawk. Chicken Joy, Hayes, is your regular two-piece chicken with rice and gravy. It's a top pick, I would suggest. And then there's a chicken sandwich. It's actually really good too. If I meet you, may I add you? Oh, normally friendship is a process that starts with acquaintanceship. How about we start there? Both. Both. You can like have one that's spicy and one that's original recipe. Hello, Goomer. Here's the thing, Firehawk. I actually, on purpose, made my Discord link expire so it can't be used by spammers and whatnot, and hate raids. I would rather go to the hassle of refreshing it every week and it having limited redeems. I just got banned from a different stream. Oh dear, what did you do? Maybe it was an automated ban. Alright, time to change. Let's go back to the playlist that the cool guy made for me. Now, where were we? Back to business chat. Where we had a fun time listening to various tracks. Almost 4 hours, that's true. I'm definitely gonna end in 10 minutes though. Well, 11. No, 10. I just hit 3 hours and 50. No harm in streaming a little bit extra. Who knows? So, back to where we were. Maybe me. They're probably being on the safe side. Sorry, Matthew. You didn't reach the point where I went back to my usual music. Ah, alright. Another protogen hiding. Stardust. In all caps, too. Oh, man. Go to bed. Please give us some ASMR. Of what? Unfortunately, due to the noise filter I have, it actually drowns out a lot of the sounds that it should be picking up. Me drinking water and me tapping the keyboard. Mystic said, "Don't make it your last visit." Oh my. You should listen to her. She's my mod. Yeah, I know, Antique. I saw your message. You don't need to type it twice. Once more, and you're gonna get bonked by Mystic. Your voice is ASMR itself. I don't know. I'm just asking. Well, give me a topic of discussion then. I have 8 minutes left. Also, Vesper's a mod as well. You may want to tread carefully around them. Mystic, Vesper, even Matthew, lucky for you, is asleep. Not on purpose. Alright. Hey, it's really good. It's well worth the money. I've compared Jollibee compared to Popeyes. Jollibee takes the cake. It's juicier, more tender. Reem is asking, how do I keep my thigh as shiny as yours, but bad life edition? You know the secret. Normally, after frying food, we throw away the cooking oil, right? What you do is, in a pan, at a temperature of something like 45 degrees Celsius, you go place your thigh there, marinate it in cooking oil for around 8 hours. Wake up in the morning, put it on, all dripping and everything, and you will be certain to have a shiny thigh. There's your answer. I can't get over the quality. Oh, thanks. Yep, we're making it to 4 hours, chat. No more, 6 more minutes and I'm gonna skedaddle. The funny thing, Reem, this actually isn't a tie. Many people assume it is, but in all honesty, it's part of me. As odd as that sounds, it's something I can't remove. For reasons. White collar guy says, "Oh, Gab, I forgot to ask you something. Have you ever been to America?" I actually haven't. The only country I've been through was China and Russia, Taiwan. And this was all when I was younger than 3 years old. I haven't left this rock ever since. Many decades I've been here. Peanut for like the smell. Olive for longer lasting. If you have the money, would you go to the US? No. To visit Vesper, maybe, but I'd rather have her visit me instead, and I'll show her all the sights that my country has to offer. All the food. I'm gonna keep going. See you around, white collar. I update the playlist if you find anything of more interest, but don't sweat over it. Thank you again. Hi there, Roxy. Oh my. Let me go. There. I have a lot of space, just not a lot of attractions here. Oh, come on, darling. I have plenty of sights to show you. If and when you do go, like, go here, Google the tourist spots. There's a lot. Honestly, the highlights will be the beaches. The beaches, maybe the mountains. Oh, make sure you don't make a mess, Roxy. May the cheeks be with you. Hi there, Cameron. Good morning. Speak of morning. 3 more minutes, Chad. Oh, evening for you, right? Here, Cameron, it's 8:05 a.m. Nah, a Vincent biker. I'm okay. A bit hungry. Most definitely will eat after. If I have food. Ah, Reemwood. 3 friends in Manila. I see. Very nice. Oh, sorry, TikTok. All you see is, there. Better. Viewing Geb through a window. Oh my. I'd melted so hot. That's true. Yeah, going here to the Philippines is not an easy undertaking. It's definitely challenging the heat. Like, there we go. I agree. So you're the wintry type of person. Got it. What on earth is 2 o'clock at the night? That's morning. Yummiest food in Japan. It's not here, Cameron. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, the heat index was at a very balmy 45 degrees Celsius or 48. I don't know how many that is in Fahrenheit, but you can always convert it. Thank you, Roxy. How sweet of you. Apologies for the angle. Mexican food is indeed good. I always enjoy myself a good quesadilla. Well, will you look at that, champ? We have just hit our 4 hour mark. And with that, that means I gotta go, okay? It's been fun. I'm gonna catch you again on maybe Thursday. Okay, hold on. First of all, TikTok, thanks for tuning in. I'm not gonna make it fancy. Bye. Anubis, Roxy, Amo Poco. Catch you next stream. Now that I'm solely dedicated to Twitch, finally I'm not constrained to the very, very limited aspect ratio that TikTok has. Can you imagine? I only have this much width. I'll show you Twitch. So like here until here. That's only how wide the frame is on TikTok. Like that's it. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to say goodbye to you guys too, huh? Should I go? Should I stay? But I think I have a few friends in chat that's waiting for me to go in, so they have an excuse to hop into VR chat as well. I'm looking at you, Axiom, and Vesper. Probably wanting company at this point. Alka says, thank you for the stream and great vibes, getting me through this tedious garden work. Thank you, Gab. Have a wonderful day. You too. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, you're still up. Why, hi, Yura. How are you at work? I hope you're doing most excellent. I wonder what we're gonna have for dinner. Or rather, what am I gonna have? I'm thinking that advanced, huh? That's because I thought it was banished from playing VR chat now, not even desktop. That's true. That's true. Yellowcroft says it's been fun. You have a good one. Oh dear, oh dear. Chat wants me to go, huh? Maybe I just go. Why eat? I eat and then I sleep perchance, maybe. Continue with your avatar. Oh, right. Neil was busy working on his thing, wasn't he? Mhm. Yo, sleep, Grandpa. You go focus on work, Grandma. Don't forget to reimburse the thing you told me to remind you of. I hope you have the paperwork. Oh, yeah. If you're wondering, chat, Yura here is like she's like home base. If I'm me and Vesper like the agents on the field, Yura's the one with the headset that we talk to. Yeah, all right, got it. It's 2 a.m., says Glitch. I see. Well, go on. Stream's over. Close the tab. Yeah, sure. Go watch some other VR chat content creating that like e-girl, like doing that and everything. I know you wanna. It's late at night. It's that hour of the evening. I can't blame you for it. Neon says, oh, well, the avatar that Neon is pertaining to is an avatar sprite for a little side project that he's working on. I don't know. The dancing maybe not today, Mystic. Um, I definitely want to reserve the numerous performances that I apparently owe you for a different, more wonderful day when we can have more people present. Probably. Our Firehawk says, but I'm a sheep. I only leave once you do. Look, Firehawk, it's not difficult. You see this thing in your window. That's like upper left. Click it. It's an X. It will close my tab, and you're free. Once the viewer goes down to 45, I'm gonna close the stream. Mm-mm. Yes, it's at 50. Good. That doesn't work on mobile. Ah, right. You people stuck on your phones. Hmm. Well, you can always like press your funny button on the bottom and like swipe up to close the Twitch app. I'm gonna play around with the camera. 62. Oh, you're lying. It's 50. I have a better view of where I am, chat. Yep, there I am. I'm in. There you have it, chat. Wait, let's make it look cool. There we go. Hi. I've been sitting here for the past 4 hours. Yeah, I'm pouting. Oh, no. Look, Mystic Vesper can't. She's sick. She has like the flu. She can't join us either way. That's the thing. And I feel bad with her not being there. Put this POV where I look like a miniature. Well, we wouldn't want to make Vesper sad by her missing out, right? Oh, I'm super game for that, Axiom. So about that fish cam. Fish cam? What fish cam? What? You mean like this? The POV? I wonder. Mystic wants me to go dance, but not today. I have things to do. So interesting about this POV anyway. There's nothing to see here, chat. It's just wow. Yep, it's just that. Man. Huh. There's still a lot of you watching. That's weird. All right, Mystic. Look, I'm gonna make sure. To request off of you when I think that you're busy. Then, all right. I won't be shy. And if you turn me down, that's okay too. my friends. Oh, look, a ski slope. Maybe tomorrow if I'm better. You need to focus on recovery. If not, remember, you already missed 3 days of work. Why are you increasing in count viewers? Stream's over. Come on, skedaddle shoe. Fully aware I'll be lying down again when stream is over. Oh no, Axiom, how are we gonna save Mother Earth? I'm gonna go eat after stream and then the VR chat thing is, I don't know. Let's see. Pretty sleepy though. I'm gonna lie. Do you think this is fun where I'm like holding the camera chat like this? There you go. You can clearly see it's from my arm there. It's like the GoPro view. It's a nice change. A very personal touch from the usual, I suppose. That'll free me. Hold out, brothers of the fifth hour. There is no fifth hour stream. That's too much. Maybe if I get, you know, somebody buys time, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Only 50 more minutes. All right. Hi there, Flinny. It's actually the hunger that's starting to dictate me to go. The thing is, I don't know what I'm gonna eat. Let's see, what's in my freezer? Yikes, we are short on supplies, Captain. One last out up to Discord. Let's see. Dragon Discord. Well, look who's live. If I can scroll my darn tabs. What is Tokyo working on right now? How is she sketching and 3Ding at the same time? Alright. Oh, working with friends. Okay. Is that 3 E's? Oh, L's. There we go. Alright, chat. Hold on. Please. All right, chat. I'm nice. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna set you all free. So, I feel bad for TikTok right now. They usually get the short end of the stick. Okay, we're raiding someone. You know what? I'm curious. Let's see how this works. I really like the creator of the Tiger Bee. You know, TokyoZilla also made the Zerg. How about we go do a raid? They're doing an art stream, yeah. Unless there's somebody else. Hold on. You've just added the browser, so what the heck?
Oh my god.
Okay. End the stream, cowards. As you're alright, we're gonna raid. Space. What's the name of the thing? Tokyo. Alrighty. Let me double check that the spelling is correct. Alright, chat. It's time. I'm gonna fork you over to TokyoZilla. They make one of my favorite avatars, the Tiger Bee. With that being said, I'm not gonna delay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I catch you day after tomorrow, right? See ya, chat. Yeah. Wait, I had the wrong spelling. That was not my coolest exit. Is that gonna work? There we go. Fare thee well, travelers.
Oh, it has to be like a long gift though. Okay, I think I found it.
Hello.
Oh my god. I guess that kind of works.
There you have it.